and welcome. Wanted to say that I'm sitting here and I am very, very happy tonight. I want to say thank you so much. I've been working towards a goal since I started this channel. I was hoping to hit it last December. It didn't happen, but we got it before the end of January. Well, technically, right at the beginning of February, but thank you. We hit 100 subscribers. I'm speechless on that. So it means a lot to me. So I want to say thank you to everyone that's here, in chat already. I saw John Doe in here earlier. I don't know if you're still here. Down Under Maker, Joy Monkey. You're a new name that I don't think I've seen before. So welcome in. Ranch Kid, Mad Dog Jeff. Oh no, it's Mike, Havoc, Perky Cat. I think you're new here. Shrimp Father 13. RJ Repo Man. Thanks for being here. It means a ton. Now, those that have been following me and everything know that I like to do some food related things on stream sometimes that are a bit wacky. And I have been sitting here promoting that when I hit 100 subs, I am going to kind of do a crazy little food challenge while the stream's going on. Hey Maker Viking, hey Tuxedo, thanks for stopping in. So the challenge we're going to do, that unfortunately James is not going to join in on me, is we're going to do Bean Boozled.
I am here though.
We sat here and I've just found out they have a new 7th edition on this, and so there's some interesting flavors, and some of these are, they're supposed to be a bad and a good. Well, for instance, the black ones that are in here could be burnt rubber or licorice. I am not a fan of licorice, so the black one's gonna be a bad one no matter what for me. But thanks for stopping in. For those of you that, hung around since Steve sat here and rated in, thank you for sticking around. I'm always glad to have new people here. This is the 2.4 that we've been building, and we are hopefully going to be printing on it today. But what I'm going to do here to start is we've got a nice little wheel with all the flavors that are in this Bean Boozled kit. So I'll go ahead and read them all so you guys know what I could possibly be getting into. We have burnt rubber or licorice, stink bug or toasted marshmallow, wet dog or top banana, dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie, stinky socks or tutti frutti, old bandage or pomegranate, toothpaste or blueberry or berry blue, liver and onions or cappuccino, barf or peach, and finally booger or juicy pear.
And he wonders why I don't want to do this. He thinks my stomach can handle all that?
So, I'm going to start off. I do have... Today we went traditional. I got my Mountain Dew ready. And we're going to give this little wheel a shuffle. And go ahead and see what we get for the first one. Okay, we have old bandage or pomegranate, which is going to be one of the red ones.
Starting off pretty tame.
If I can even find one. There's one.
That is a great point. I think we need to add one more thing to the wheel there. Courtesy of John Doe.
John, you really want to see me tortured, don't you?
That's what they're here for.
We can actually add that in. So here is our red one. You know, this is either going to be old bandage or pomegranate. So let's see what the first one is. And what I'm going to be doing is every 15 minutes of the stream, I'm going to sit here and do another spin. So here we go.
What did we get? What did we get? That's the face we like to see. Definitely an old bandage.
Oh. Oh.
Tell us how you really feel.
I will definitely say old bandage is pretty bad. Oh, good Lord.
Another thing to keep in mind is we did not get a barf basket for you, so you need to finish those and make them stay down.
Oh, yeah. I've got a pretty iron stomach, so. But yeah. That one, if you've ever smelled, try and mix the smell of tires burning with an antiseptic smell, and that's what that tasted like. Oh, that was terrible. But we'll go ahead, like John said. We'll add all of them in there, so we'll give this some shuffles, and then I'm going to go ahead and start a timer. So in 15 minutes, we'll do another one. But going through here, when we last left off, we had gotten the printer moving. We sat here and got it. We found out I had switched my X and Y in stop, so. So we got those switched back, but then we found out that I had one of the issues with the USB Nighthawk board that's actually in the basement with where they have issues where the R6 and R7 resistors on the board can cause issues. Well, mine had the R7 removed already, but the R6 was still on there, and that was causing it that whenever we would make a change to the config file in Clipper for the printer config, and we told it to restart, you had to completely shut it down and turn it back on to get it to restart. Between streams, I removed that R6 resistor, and it restarts now. And so we have our coordinates all set. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have James switch to the front screen, and we're going to do a home all. So, James, I think, is going to update our little stream here so it has the yep, there we go. So we're going to hit home all. And over here, hitting our X end stop, hitting our Y, and then coming over to our Z, and we're there. All right, so new in chat, we have TGL, WTF, how you doing? And OptiPax, hey, how you doing? But as you can see, we have a successful home, so we are actually all good there. Now, I don't have the quad gantry level set up yet, so that's something we have to work on today. We actually have to get the clicky mounted to our gantry so we can dock and undock. RS Makes, how you doing today? Thanks for coming on in. For those that, you know, OptiPax and RS Makes and anyone else that just came in, we are doing a 100 subscriber special, so I'm sitting here doing Bean Boozled for this stream. Every 15 minutes we're doing one. Mike, we can sit here and show you the hair tie. I know that's your big thing. got kind of a little bit of a color one today. So got that for you. So big thing we need to determine is we have two ways that we can do the clicky probe. We can either mount it, say, right over here with the longer one, or we can take this shorter one. Let's see if I can get a good angle for you guys on that. This shorter one and add onto it this little piece that'll take and put the probe in front of our stepper, kind of out of the way. That way we get a, we don't have to worry about running into it. James is getting on me because I sit here and say a lot, so he's getting me on that. What do you think, James? If I say I have to do another bean?
Listen, we like to see you suffer, but we want to see something get done tonight.
So I'm actually going to bring it up into the community and just ask you guys, which way do you think it's actually better? To have the longer clicky mount mounted about here or so, or mount the shorter one in the same location, but use this to get it all the way over to the side. Either way, I got to put some heat sets in. So we have our clicky probe. Got our magnet in here, so that way when it docks, it'll just magnetize on. But let's see if I can get a pole going here for you guys. Here we go. Add a pole. Start a pole. Let's see here. Which clicky dock should I use? Standard or the side mount? So I'll start the pole. The standard is going to be the longer one, the longer one here. The side mount will be the two-part one that goes off to the side in front of the stepper. How you doing, Howie? Nice to see you here. Where'd my drink go? I realize the longer I keep talking and making these decisions, the more of these beans I'm going to have to eat. All right, we're in a dead heat so far. Oh, standard has come out ahead. This really is kind of a up in the air decision. Yeah, Code Red, very, very popular flavor. It's a lot of cherry. I do Code Red once in a blue moon because that cherry is absolutely overpowering for me. Fortunately, right now, the closest thing I can get to my favorite flavor is the Baja Orange that they have going out right now. Because I don't want to drive all the way to Georgia. Especially right now. It's cold. let's see here. OptiPax, did you think about editing out the stream VODs to little shorter build videos?
I'm actually going to jump here on this question. I had that plan initially. However, us being newer to streaming, I did something not super fantastic on our first couple streams and recorded the music on the same track as our voices. The issue with that, if you've never edited before, is when you randomly cut a song in the middle of it, it sounds awful. So, while I have fixed that for these future streams, I feel like it'd be a little bit weird to start videos in the middle of a build series. So the next series we do, which I'll let Penguin decide if he wants to announce that one we're going to cut down and make it to videos to go up on the channel as well.
But if we can get this pooping plastic tonight, then we do have plans to have our first edited video released on the channel soon after. So we're sitting here, got a good 10 votes in here, and it's looking like the standard dock is winning. How you doing, projects?
Speaking of that video that we may or may not be releasing after this stream or not, it's going to be a fun one. If any of you have been watching RJ, you have a little bit of an idea of what we've got going on, but no spoilers until it comes out from our side.
Maker, lurking is fine. I did see you were going streaming, so hey, at this point the hours sit here and really help more than you know. Howie, the F-Zero I plan on doing eventually, but I've got a few others before that one that I want to do. But yeah, OptiPax, there was a little bit of whoopsie when it came to the editing. So, yep, it looks like we're just going to go with the standard probe. So, what we've got to do then is I've got to switch over here. We're going to get our clicky probe side up. And we've got to put everyone's favorite thing in of heat sets. And of course, it also gives all of you that have been here before and those that are new the chance to make fun of me for the way that I hold my soldering iron, or at least manage the cable.
There's an outlet directly behind him, and he insists on using the one on the opposite side of where he holds the soldering iron. It makes no sense.
See, even he sits here and makes fun of me for it. Hey, Crowtech, how you doing? Let's see here. Howie, you're thinking about buying the V0 that Mantic has for sale. Hey, if you can get a printer already made, and the proceeds go towards a good cause, there is no downside to that. All right, so I do not need this at soldering temperatures of 320 degrees. Let's take this down to the...
Are you sure about that?
365 I'm going to need for my heat sets. Yeah, that would have been a really quick heat set insert, or a damaged part for going 320 degrees.
It would have helped you decide which clicky you're going to go with, though.
Yeah, it definitely would have helped me decide the clicky mount. All right. So those that are new or haven't done this before, the big thing with heat sets is you just want to kind of keep steady pressure on them, and you want to keep your soldering iron as vertical as possible. And then what I'm doing is I'm using a nice flat piece of metal to work as a bit of a heat heat sink to pull the heat away so it cools down, but B, also make sure that it gets nice and flush to the surface. And sometimes when you have heat sets, it can push plastic up. This kind of keeps the plastic down. That way you don't get kind of a muffin top around your heat sets. Just get this in here. You just want to go flush with the surface. How you doing, Down Under Maker? So Crowtech, the build's going pretty good. Down Under was saying that, it's going to be probably 2 streams before I get printing, but based on some information that I got today, I think we're going to be printing today, because something I just learned as I was going through all the printed parts I have, because I don't actually have a printer that can print ABS yet. So this is going to be my ABS printer. And when I ordered the kit, I ordered just the functional parts, and I just learned the functional parts do not include the clips that hold the panels onto the printer. So I'm going to have to sit here and get those printed out somehow. Crowtech, yeah, I love this little pine tool. It's been amazing. Like, it heats up almost instantly. The tips are super easy to swap out. I don't have the set screw in here, so it's literally pull out and I can swap it out. That's how quick it is to swap it out. And you can see I grab it kind of down here at the base. It's not that hot. So you could either have a bunch of tips with a bunch of different heat sets. Oh,
I agree with that Undermaker over here. Chuck a towel over the printer. Job done.
We might be able to do that. I don't know if I have a cardboard box big enough for this.
A cardboard box does not equal a towel. Where did you get cardboard box from?
Cardboard box is what most people usually do with their printers to get ABS, but we just hit a 15-minute mark. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to spin again to see which one we're going to get. So yeah, these are actually some really good advice. Chuck a towel over it, print them in PETG or PLA just to get them going, which I do have some PLA here. Just tape them to it, just get a good enough seal that it'll keep the heat in. I might end up doing one of these. If not, I might go visit another maker and say, hey, here's filament. Can we get these printed? But let's go ahead and spin for our
spin that next wheel.
Next bean that we're getting. Oh.
That was too close.
Oh, that was too close. That burnt rubber or licorice would be bad either way. Okay, so this is either going to be Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti.
Before you eat that, I want you to try to do something for me. I want you to read this message, eat the bean, and then reply to the message as you're eating the bean.
Okay. We got a Tutti Frutti. So OptiPacks, if you can't afford a kit, you can sit here and use the BOM to individually source parts. A lot of times I can say the kits do make it a bit simpler, and they can come in at a lower price than individually sourcing. But it's also one of those things that you can sit here and spread the cost out over time by self-sourcing as well. So, you know, you could sit here and buy your linear rails on one purchase. You could sit here and buy your extrusions on another one. And that way, instead of being one upfront, all-in-one cost, you spread it out as you can afford them. But as Down Under Maker says, a lot of times self-sourcing does cost a lot more than just buying a kit. I know LDO, their kits are typically can be a little bit pricey, but you know, Tech, Seaboard, they have their kits aren't as pricey. But as Crowdtech said, kits are good, but you know, you can find irrelevant stuff in them as well. So if you really want to just buy the bare minimum of what you need to get it working and get it to your customizations, like, you know, I've been planning in the back of my mind, I want to do a stealth Voron where, you know, instead of using the silver linear rails, going through and getting the black chrome steel rails, and getting them so it's pretty much as close to all black as possible. You might need to self-source, and you might find at that point you can sit here and cut back the cost a bit. Let's see here. Draxmax, you went with a Formbot kit personally and loved how it turned out. Yeah, Formbot sits here and makes some very inexpensive kits. Howie has a hot tip that...
Sorry to interrupt. Did you restart the timer?
No, I have not.
Get on that.
Timer is restarted now. You know, if you order from West 3D and add a roll of ambrosia filament, the shipping's free. The only thing I'll say to that, Howie, the only time that shipping is not free is if you order printed parts from them as well. Printed parts, they will still charge you shipping for. Howie, it's funny you mentioned that because I just saw your earlier one. We have a P.O. box now.
And as of like 5 seconds ago, it should be in the description of this live stream.
So, you know, I can tell you there's been people that have been knowing that I've been wanting to stream since before I started streaming that have been begging me to get a P.O. box for ages. Well, we finally have one. So,
and just so you don't have to look up this stream every time, we will be adding that into the actual channel description and stuff as well, just later tonight.
Yep. Okay, so let me switch back to our clicky probe. So at this point we have our clicky probe. We have the heat sets in our clicky probe. We have our magnet in this little secondary mount, and then all you're going to want to do is on the back of your probe that actually attaches to the printer, make sure that these two magnets will attract to each other, because that's going to hold it in place as the printer's moving around. So you can see I can get to about here, and the magnet pulls it in. Howie, I think I want to print the skirts myself. I actually have right over there off camera a roll of the ambrosia black ASA and the KB3D orange ASA that this printer was printed in, sitting off to the side. So yeah, the orange is the KB3D ASA orange from Ambrosia. So what we're gonna need here now, let me find, I had this bag already. There we go. Our clicky kit bag. And we're gonna need to get our screws, which thankfully they're only two M3x20s. And those are going to sit here and mount the probe mount to here. yeah, so yeah. So I do have a cartographer sitting on the side. It is one of the mods that I plan on doing to this, but the big thing I want to get done is I want to get this thing, you know, kind of set, get it in its working fashion. I've got a few projects to do. Howie, yes, it is a 350 build. But I've got a few other projects planned to sit here and get built. But once that's done, we're going to be coming back to this Voron and we're going to start modifying it to do some other mods to it. So things like cartographer is a big one. Eventually, I'm thinking about changing out the tool head to a dragon burner. So that'll be an interesting little mod. Let's see here. Never any mods. That's why you sold your Voron. Spent too much time on. Yeah. Well, that's why sitting in the background, I actually have both of our next projects. One of which, if we get printing today, I will kind of give a sneak peek on because we have a few more streams left with this one. More than likely, you know, doing things like getting the panels on, and once I can get this thing actually printing ABS reliably, printing out the mods like the LED holders and things of that nature. But I do have another printer already waiting and ready in the works to do one of our next things. Yep. All right. Thanks, Howie. Let's see here. Eric, you're waiting for the G2Z kit to come in. You got your G2E by mistake. Yeah. Let's see here. G2. The Galileo 2Z kits. Cyber, yeah, you know that whole yeah. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the printer itself. We are going to take and all right, so let's go X. We're going to go to 175. So Y to 175, X to 175, and let's go Z to 50. Kind of give myself a little bit of room to work in, and then we're going to go ahead and shut down the printer because while I'm not touching any electronics, still don't want it plugged in while I'm messing around. So we'll give that a little bit to do. So let's see here. Let's see here. Icon, make sure you don't put your panels on before getting prints. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that age-old rule with PC. Don't seal it up until it boots. Okay, so we're going to take our M3s or our M5 roll-ins. Get these on our back extrusion. This is going to be a fun one, lining this up. Okay, it looks like as long as they are end to end, It should be there. Down under, we have not done a PID tune yet. I was planning on doing a lot of that tonight, because I definitely do want to do a PID tune before we start printing. That way it can maintain its temperature. Okay, we're just going to get these kind of in there so so they're screwing into those roll-ins, but then we can still move it around a bit because I want to get this kind of right there near the end of the as far over to the end of the extrusion as I can. We're going to then tighten this down. And then just to make sure that it will, we're going to move this slowly because those are plugged in. And that does pick up. So we are going to need to find out what heights we're going to need to get the clicky probe for set up. So all right, so the PID takes about 20 minutes each down under. Okay, that is good to know. For you guys, that means at least 2 beans while we're waiting on that. Let's see, Bad Dog, you can, your boss wanted you to come and talk about what he did on the weekend. Mad Dog, it is no problem. I'm pretty sure we all have bosses that want to sit here and talk. Sometimes they want to talk to make you feel that they're, I'm just one of the gang. Other times, hey, they're quite friendly people.
You're not kidding.
I mean, James and I, our boss, so you sit here and, oh yeah, I just need to talk to you real quick. It'll be 5 minutes, and 20 minutes later, he'll be done talking.
I do absolutely love the guy. He loves to talk, though.
Yep. And Drax, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we now have that in there. I'm not too worried about shocking myself or anything anymore, even though we did ground the frame. It's like I said when we were doing the electrical wiring. Respect electricity. If you respect it, you can come out alive. And while I don't expect something like touching a frame to sit here and really do anything, a healthy respect never hurts. Let's see here, Mad Dog, your boss has been a friend for almost 30 years, so I suppose, yeah, when you've been friends that long, it's, you kind of got to listen to those things. James here sits here and one of us will get off work and we'll just start talking, and sometimes it's like, dude, I've got plans, I've got to go, but you just sit there and listen.
To be fair, that's usually me telling him to shut up and not vice versa.
I like talking. Okay, so let's reconnect here. Okay. So on the clicky probe, we've already done the assemble. We've done that part. We need the clicky variables config. So this is my first time setting up clicky. So, I will say, I know quite a few of you in the audience have done this before. I know quite a few of you also hate clicky and are like, hey, just go to Carto. Eventually it is, but right now, clicky is what I've got, so it's what we got to set up. So let's see here. In my machine, I do not have a clicky config. So we are going to make, let's see here, a clicky variables.config. So let's create a file and call it clicky variables.config. Hey LTX, how you doing today? We are working on getting clicky up and running. So we are going to copy
This
what they
man
have in here.
Controls. He drags his mouse over the entire text rather than hitting the copy button that's right in the top right of that page.
I don't trust those copy buttons.
Good, because they don't trust you either.
Okay. So dock speed 50. I'm going to leave let me make this. Can you guys see that on my screen now? Easier? So the variable verbose, the travel speed, we're going to leave it. Travel speed, the dock speed, the release speed, and the drop speed. We're going to leave those all at the minimum. 25 millimeters up, that is a safe distance for docking that nozzle. Okay, variable enable Z hop. So that one, we need it true. Oh. And hold up, we are going to interrupt this stream to bring you another bean. Okay, let's go ahead and spin and see which one we're getting this time. Stop. Thank God.
That one's not that bad.
No, it was the one after them. That was all of them that I was sitting here dreading. So we're either going to get toothpaste or berry blue. So we have our nice blue one. After that old bandage, toothpaste might be nice actually. Well, unless it's a really minty one. Well, let's find out.
Let's see what we got.
We got a safe one there. That was a berry blue.
Dang it.
Honestly, you'd like that one. It's a bit like voltage.
I'm quite all right, thanks.
Okay, so let's go back to this. So our variable Z in stop, we want to set to true. Let's see here. Dock move. So dock move, the final movement required to release the probe on the dock. So moving the X 40, that is fine. Attach move forward on the Y 30, that should be fine as well. Okay. So we're going to save and restart, and removing that R6. There we go. Still sits there for a bit, but at least now, instead of sitting on that, hey, we're waiting for clicky to respond, it actually loads up now. So happy. No more rebooting the printer just to get back to this point. Okay. Let's see here. The macros and instructions on how to configure are located in the macros directory. Oh, and timer is started. You need to check that before continuing to the build. There are also some RRF scripts. Let's go and open this macros directory in a new tab. So I'm guessing okay, we're just going to want to get the quickyprobe.cfg. Let's see here. Be careful, there was a bug in Clipper version, current version 13.0.515. I am not sure which version I am running, but we can tell that here in a second. MCU version is 0.12.0.445. We're 13. Host version is 13.0.320, so we're actually older than that version.
You can keep those to yourself down under. I'm quite all right.
I don't think I want to try that flavor. Oh, that sounds terrible. Okay. So clicky-probe.cfg. Clicky-probe.cfg. And in here, we're just gonna paste that. Okay, we're gonna save it. And actually, I think we're gonna need to untilt the clicky quad gantry level. And we're probably going to want the bed mesh. So we'll save that, and we're not going to restart because we're going to be making some more files here. So we're going to want the bed mesh calibrate. So we'll give this a copy. Switch back over. Or shorten. Nope, there's not a shortcut. Create that one. Bed mesh calibrate. Workspaces are amazing things. Paste that in there. Okay, let's see if there's anything. Rename existing. Bed mesh calibrate. Like that should be good. We have our, we're going to want our clicky macros. Clicky macros. Let's that is a lot of macros.
Just a couple.
Paste that in. Save it. Let's see here. So this JD, thank you for subbing. And so apparently in that particular version there was an issue with homing. That is actually really good to know. So why in the world? Oh, there we go. It just scrolled down on us. We're gonna want the quad level gantry config. Create our file. Create. So yes, for anybody that's building one of these, if you do have the current version of Clipper, apparently there is an issue with it with homing. Okay, let's see here. Projects, it's close. We are doing Bean Boozled, which is kind of a game where every color of jelly bean can be one of two flavors. There is no way to tell which flavor you're getting. So whenever I spin and it tells me which one to eat, I just pick up that color, and I could either get something, you know, delicious like a cappuccino, or it could be liver and onions. So yeah, we're having a bit of jelly bean roulette. Let's see here. So that has all of those. Now the one thing that I've not seen so far, I'm just, after we got all those in, I'm saving, is I'm looking to see where we actually tell this thing where the dock is actually located. Let's see here. Clicky probe, clicky variables, clicky bed mesh calibrate, quad gantry leveling. Okay, yes. So we got the 4 that we need in here in a new installation. Let's see here. Draxmax, if there's, you know, I'm new to this, but if there's one thing I have learned while reading the community and reading the help page, if your printer is working, do not hit that update button. You know, unless there's like some new feature or something that came out with the new version that you absolutely want, do not hit the update button.
Just like computers should be. Thanks, Windows.
Let's see here. Icon, you're running EDNG on your on your Trident. You haven't had any issues after update. Projects, you love that you work my stacks into the content. Meanwhile, you just eat dinner while streaming. This time I've actually worked it in. Other times, James just sits here and goes, I'm hungry. I'm ordering food. What do you want?
I mean, I think we're going to get pizza tonight in a little bit.
Oh God, I'm just imagining I'm going through eating these beans and I've just finished eating a slice of pizza and then I get toothpaste. Oh, that just sounds terrible. Let's see here. Forced indentured servant. New here, just wanted to say your beard is freaking awesome. Well, thanks. You know, it's, believe it or not, about to hear I can get in about 6 months. The rest of this has taken the better part of 2.5 years. Well, projects, if you want a cheeseburger, you can have cheeseburger. Toothpaste and Mountain Dew. Oh.
But we asked someone if he could has cheeseburger and they said no.
No, we asked, cheeseburger can I has? What? Believe it or not, it's something a lot of people don't know about beards. Is the common misconception is that they're hot, and it's kind of a weird thing. In winter, yes, they keep you warm, but believe it or not, in summer, in the warmer months, they actually cool you off because, you know, gonna get a bit into sciencey mode here for a second. So the whole point of us sweating is the sweat evaporates, it pulls away some of the heat due to that evaporation, and it cools you down. Well, especially in a climate like Florida where it's very humid, where there's not much leeway for that moisture on your skin to evaporate into the air. Having the beard can wick away that moisture and gives you a similar effect. So it actually keeps you cooler. So it's counterintuitive, but it works. Nah, JD, if you think this is too much caffeine, I did stop drinking Mountain Dew for a bit. And then in an 8-hour period, I sat here and started drinking 4 Monster coffees. So, Mountain Dew is
part of who he is.
Yeah. You know, I don't have a beer belly. I've got a Mountain Dew gut. So, Mad Dog, in 6 months, you can't even get stubble. Getting the beard like this, for a lot of people, you know, there's some people, I'll admit, they just can't grow it. There's other people, they can grow a beard like this. The problem is that when you start growing it out, sometimes it'll start looking patchy. And people don't like the way that it looks. Well, if you let it grow out long enough, the other hairs will cover up that patchiness and just fill it in so it looks nice and full. Ingrown hairs are terrible, but yeah, once it gets to a certain point, I can say the worst thing I have to deal with is, you know, you look at the end and, oh, look, that one hair split into 2. Just prune it and it keeps going. Yeah, the Reverend, beards are one of those weird things where you'll get a huge amount of growth at first, and then the next little bit just seems to take forever. A lot of people think that, you know, hey, they'll only grow so long. No, they will keep growing, but they grow very slowly after a certain point. Yeah, the mustache right over the lip is one of the big things. Down under, I did not know that. So hey, if anybody has problems growing a beard, might be time to go get checked by the doctor. Okay, so we have our 4 config files in here. So syrup and liquid cheese. Anything that's like not a complete liquid or a complete solid, like that, just really thick liquid. Yeah, that gets, you got to be careful when you're eating that stuff. Let's see here. Clicky probe config includes all the necessary files. Clicky variables stores all of the variables. Bed mesh for the bed mesh. Quad gantry level is for the gantry level. Printer config. Okay, download the appropriate files. And then we just need to include clicky probe config. And include that in the, okay. We put that in the macro section. Let's see here. Comment out the safe Z home or homing override if you have them. The macros will take care of that. And add the following line before the macros. That seems like an unusual place to add and include, because yeah, I'd actually prefer it up here at the top. That way I know what files I'm including and without having to go look for them. So, but what we need to do now is we need to find that safe Z home. So we're just going to search for the word safe. So safe Z home. Oh, and there goes the timer again. Okay, so we'll go to this screen again. Close it. Spin. What are we going to get this time? Mrs. Maker didn't marry the top, so you had to keep your... Oh, no. Which color? Okay, so it's this orange one. Oh. Barf or peach?
One of the ones we've all been waiting for.
You know, I'm hoping for a peach, but at the same time, statistically, I'm up for a bad one. So, let's go.
Eat.
That is not peach.
Guys, can you believe this wasn't even my idea? Describe to us exactly how you're feeling right now. You can do it.
The funny thing is, I really want to know who came up with that flavor, because I want to know what's up with their digestive tract, because it's supposed to be barf. To me, it just tasted like really stale, and I do mean really stale, pizza sauce. There was definitely like a tomato sauce flavor in that. So, and I gotta eat pizza later too. Oh. All right, let's go ahead and start the timer again. Let's go back here. So we've commented out the safe Z home, because apparently the clicky one will take care of that. No, Forrest, I would definitely sit here and say that
Little Caesars.
No, Little Caesars and Domino's isn't even as stale as this stale pizza sauce tasted. Yeah, they're still better than what this one did. Okay, so it's saying, okay, coming out that. Now the thing is that we now have a quad gantry level. So do I just leave this commented out now? I guess we'll find out if there's an issue. But now what I need to do is I need to find out how to tell it where that dock is. Okay, before going forward, you will leave the safety that the macros provided. Oh, no, that's advanced users. So where is... Let's see here, Pigwink Makers. What command do you click to bring up the search bar at the bottom? Oh, you're talking about when I'm in the this search bar? Mad Dog? That I'm just using the standard search function that's pretty much that. John Doe, I did set the timer this time. But Control F, or Control Find. Or if you're on a Mac, Command F. But Windows and Linux, Control F. Okay, so I am not seeing. Okay, remove that. That's cool. Open your printer config file and comment out the safe C. You need to configure the pin, which we've already done. Regarding your print start and end macros with helper scripts implemented, they do not need to be changed. If, however, you'd like to reduce the times that the tool head attaches and docks the probe, you can use attach probe lock that prevents the probe to be docked after an operation normally would dock the probe. Beware the probe may hit the bed depending on what you're doing. When you don't need the probe anymore, run dock probe unlock and dock and unlock the probe. Okay. So, John Doe, normally I would do that, but there are multiples of each color in here. So there's always a chance that, you know, I could get a berry blue this time and then get a, toothpaste the next time.
If he wasn't doing it so often, we'd probably do it that way. But, you know, every 15 minutes in a potentially up to 4 hour plus stream, he's going to need to keep a few of those on there at the very least.
Okay. So, pre and post macros for dock operation. If your setup requires a custom move, a macro to be called before attaching or docking, there are two macros: deploy dock and retract dock that are executed if they are configured when it's required for the dock to be ready for docking or attachment operation. Okay, they have a simple servo setup.
Don't worry, John Doe. I'm positive he'll get there. And if for some reason it doesn't spin the big danger, maybe we'll make that the finale of the stream. We'll see.
Okay, so I'm still not seeing. Does anybody know where we are supposed to put the dock location for Clicky? Because I am not, that is something I am not seeing. Yeah, we have Clicky variables, bed macros, bed mesh, and quad gantry. So yeah, the Clicky probe config has everything. Clicky macros. And then this Clicky macros. John, I'm glad you're having fun at my expense or when I get those bad ones. Here. Attach probe and lock it. Okay, that's the attach probe lock. That's dock probe unlock. Probe lock. That's deploy Clicky dock. Printers. Voron. Okay. Finding more information. Thank you, James, behind the camera, for sitting here finding out the website for the Trident and Clicky probe options. Okay, we have regular Clicky. Clicky and G we're not using. That's our bill of materials. Sourcing, parts location, what to print. Printing instructions, assembly. Okay, yeah, we've got that. Probe assembly, zipper configuration. Let's see here. These are the recommended. Okay. This example uses the probe connected to that pin. Update specific. You can use other ports, but you should use in-stop pin as the ones better higher voltage, have better precision. Let's see here. John Doe. Let's see here. Find the X offset 0, Y offset 0, and Z offset under probe. I'm on step 3. Step 5. Okay. If you're using Hall sensors in stop, you need to make sure that your Y maximum and gantry is almost hitting the AB motor mounts. Adjust probe pickup location. Okay. Under probe. So go that. John Doe, you're saying under probe under my printer config? Okay, so let's find probe. Probe. X offset. So this is the thing that I was supposed to be looking for. So let's see here. I'll use. Hey PX in America, how you doing today? We're just working on figuring out where we get this clicky on. Okay, so we're going to go back to the dashboard and let's do a home all first. That way I can actually use these here. Yeah, we're going through some calibrations because I need to get this clicky probe set up so I can do a quad gantry level. And once I get that quad gantry level going, we should be able to poop some plastic. I'm going to move that probe forward some. Okay, so we're homed. So I'm going to go Z plus 25, maybe 50. We're going to move our X. Nope, our Y. Oh, minus. We're going to go minus 40. And then X. Oh, that'd be helpful. Y plus 100. Let's see here. Let's see, that is for the probe. Are you setting up the include clicky probe? Yeah, so that's where I'm looking. I'm looking to see where that, try and find where that, I'm supposed to do. Variable, time to switch to any probe, yeah. Let's see, variable dock location X, variable dock location Y is what I'm going to be looking for. Okay, so we're currently at X40. And believe it or not, that looks almost spot on. So then let's go in our Y. Our Y is currently 310, 320, 330. Okay, now that I'm closer, we're going to take our X. And it's just these little fine-tuned tuning motions. X43 looks good. One. Three, four. There we go. So 44 picks it up. So 43, 344 picks it up, but let's find. Oh, that is time for another spin. Let's give it a spin. Oh, we got another toothpaste or berry, so let's see which one I get. So we've got little blue one. It's either going to be I'm either going to get another berry or this one's going to be toothpaste.
Just like I said last time, toothpaste really isn't going to be that bad, so this one's not my favorite.
I think that was another berry.
Or do you just not know what minty toothpaste tastes like? Because you don't use minty toothpaste.
I didn't get mint from that. Sure. I think that was a blueberry. Okay. So honestly, Y350 X43 is a good position for that to dock. 350 pretty much puts me all the way back as far as I can go, so that works. So 43, 350. And then we're going to go machine. And then clicky probe here. And then we're looking for the variable. Scroll down that. The variable dock location. So we're going to look for variable, and I have a feeling this is going to show up a lot. Variable. Yeah, we're going to actually search for dock. Next. Let's see here. Dock and probe. And unlock. That's a turbo deploy. Enable dock. Enable dock. is get docking location. Let's see here. Dock location Z. Dock location X. And it says it's in G-code macro user variables. That's what I'm going to sit here and see. User. Of course, it's going to go through all of these. And I need to see if we have a user macro. Nope. Printer G-code macro user variables. Oh. There's a space in front of the underscore. See. Let's see here. I'm just going through here. I'm not sure what if it's saying that it's in the variable files. It's saying that there's a G-code macro called underscore user underscore variables. If I'm reading this correctly. Like you can see. Let me find. See if I can find a point. Yeah, like the save Z printer equals printer G-code macro space underscore user underscore variables dot save Z. Still. G-code macro. Okay. R tool head. I'm not finding that user variable macro. Could it be under printer config? Nope, it's not under printer config. Wiki Pro macros. Just here. Let's see here. Clicky variables config. Okay, let's go into that one. So, clicky variables. There's dock move. There's attach move. Save Z. It's not under Dremex. I think you're right. That would be really unusual. Okay, open your clicky variables config and find the dock location section and edit the following two lines. Edit those two. Nope. And apparently those lines weren't in there. Okay, dock location. 43 and 350. We're going to save and restart. Zipper reports error. File contains file clicky variables.config line 1 variable verbose true. Okay, let's open the clicky variables. So line 1, it's saying that there's an issue with. So let's go back to there. Go back to where I was getting all those all the macro directories. We'll open that in a new tab. And here's the clicky variables.config. Whoa, that's a lot longer than the one that they gave me. So let's copy this into my clicky variables config instead. No wonder I couldn't find it. Here's my G-code macro variable underscore users. Okay. Okay, so now what I need is I need the location. No, it said I had to add that in. Dock location section and edit the following 2 lines. Okay, so I need to find dock location. Dock location. Yep. Our X location was 43. Our Y location is 350. And Z dock position minus 128 for a gantry frame mount. So that is correct. Minus 128 is where we want to be. Nope, there's one other thing that it was saying. If a separate Z in-stop switch is in use, specify the coordinates of the switch here. Okay, so we do have a separate Z in-stop switch, and I'm going to have to get those coordinates. Of course, no, don't know if I'm going index or stealth changer on this thing. So let me get my Z in stop from my printer config. So we're gonna find our Z in stop. Just need to find what I put for my in stop. Stepper X, Stepper Z, where is let's see here. Position in stop minus. If he runs. Okay. I know I typed this in. In stop connected to Z in stop. Okay. There's those. Position max. 330. Where did I put my position? For the Z. There's our probe, fan, heater bed. You're looking for safe Z, which I commented out. Safe Z home. There we go. Home XY, 230, 350. Thank you, Miko Makes. So 230, 350 is the X and the Y. Let's go back into our clicky variables. I said 230 and 350 for the variable Z in stop. Let's see here. John Doe, thanks for hanging out. You know, go have fun with whatever you're doing. Let's see here. Of course, you're tempted to do a cell changer system, but the cost of this, yeah, if you buy it all at once, the cost can be quite pricey. But you know, as Draxmax said, you can just buy and keep adding. So you know, you get the little. If you get the LDO kit, you can buy the door with the extrusion and the top hat. Well, actually, you don't even need the top hat at first, but you can get the single dock. And then when you get money for the next one, buy the stuff for the next tool head, print another dock, put that one on. And at that point, you'll probably need the top hat. And then you just keep adding from there. Okay, let's just see if we have anything else here. Variable max bed Y. Maximum bed size avoids doing a probe accuracy outside of the bed. Do we have recommendations for what this should be? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, got 2 minutes left to go on that one. Okay. Let's go here. Let's just save and restart here. Okay. Existing command bed mesh calibrate not found in G code macro. Rename. Guessing that here under here. Let's see, I'm looking for that bed mesh calibrate. So we're just going to search for mesh. Bed mesh clear. Apparently in this, that's all there is bed mesh clear. So where there is a clicky bed mesh calibrate. Decode macro. Bed, this is what it's saying. And it's saying rename existing to underscore bed mesh calibrate. Let's see here. You've never done auto Z with clicky, but think from memory that you need to adjust your Z location in the clicky variables and add an offset between the clicky trigger and the edge of the clicky. Yeah. Miko, we're figuring this out as we go. Howie, the Jabbercloggy is revived. You had to reprint and rebuild the extruder. It hand grenaded. Let's see, the printing made you sad when you tore it down. You should have, so there are advantages to a kit. And yeah, the hot end, so each one has its advantages. You know, if you are going to do, like, the Stealth Changer has the advantage of, you know, it can swap quicker because the hot end is technically preheated, but Index sits here and heats up so fast, it's kind of a toss-up between the two. The Stealth Changer has the advantage of, if you want to do like a color change system on top of it, you can do that on that. You can't really do that on Index, but Index also has the advantage of, you might not need a color change system because you can just have 20 heads on your thing. So bed mesh calibrate is an embedded macro within Clipper Python scripts. It has to be enabled from memory, which is why you're getting... Okay, so I think they said something about that in one of these things here. Clipper macros, new installation, bed mesh calibrate, yeah, 2.4. Let's see here. Clicky bed mesh calibrate. Assume bed mesh is already configured and includes the commented example. Further help on setup is here. Okay. Rectangular beds. Printer with a 250 by 220 rectangular bed with an X offset of 24 millimeters. Okay. So bed mesh. Let's see here. If it's not enabled, the clicky bed mesh calibrate won't be able to be renamed the old version. Okay, so another option. Okay, that's going on. So I need to have bed mesh in my Clipper, in my config. So we're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna go look at our printer config. And search again for mesh. So yeah, that has bed mesh clear. But I find that weird that they don't put looking for the word mesh entirely in here, and apparently there's only one word of the mesh in the default LDO config, so I might need to add this in. That's display, that's NeoPixel, that's displays. Miko, this is a 350. So there's our quad gantry level. That's homing and gantry adjustments. Thermistors. Accelerometer. LED control, filament sensor, which we don't have. Fan control probe. Bed heater. Extruder. And these are our Z steppers. So I'm going to I guess I have to sit here and make a new section. We'll put it under the filament sensor. We'll just leave the comments the same way they are there. You will find the correct input and post in the Discord. Here. Cody Drackers, thank you for that. Yeah, you know, if you guys can hit that like button, that really does help. Miko, you'll find the correct input and post it on my Discord in half a second. Okay. That's the Loch Ness Monster's favorite Voron size, by the way, 350. Well, there's a bed mesh. Minimum probe count. So, and yeah, if I'm correct, they said that that was for a 250 by 220. So they're going 10 in. So max 340. 340. And minimum and 10. Hey, 50%, that's still pretty good. Oh, we're almost at another one here. Let's see here. Let's go to my Discord. General. Oh, Discord's fine to have. Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, I do have a Discord. The link is down in the description. You know, feel free to come on in and join us. Still working on building up a community there. So, but we have people that talk quite a bit. But I'm going to get switched over back to our wheel because that's about ready to go off. Let's see here. Howie, that's fast. Well, tube printers are nice. Okay. So let's spin our wheel and see what we get. We're gonna get a new one. Oh, this one could be really bad. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie, which is this orange and red one. Okay. God, I'm hoping this isn't dead fish.
Oh, I really hope it is. What do we got? What do we got? I think we got the dead fish.
Oh. That was dead fish. Oh, God. It makes it even worse because what we had before stream was sushi. Let's see here. Down under, you had a Akara doorbell cams. Here's running on batteries. Finally got it together and got PoE. Yes. about to plug in. So can running for magic smoke. I mean, as long as you didn't run one of those pass-through connectors for the Ethernet, you're perfectly fine.
Honestly, you're
Let me
perfectly
head
fine
over my
using a
Discord here
pass-through
real quick
connector.
then. Miko. Miko, I'm not seeing the message. Oh, there we go. God, Discord took a long time. Okay. Oh, yep. And thank you. Starting timer. Okay, so I've got that copied. Go back here. Paste it in there. 30, 30, 320, 320. Okay, that makes sense. Speed 300, 5 and 5 for the probe count. And Miko, I'm assuming I just put that under the regular printer config, correct? Ba 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 banana. Ba 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 banana.
Sony Music, please don't copyright us.
Okay, let's go save and restart. Now that we have the bed mesh in there, I'm gonna wait for it to reconnect here and see what new error we get. No error. Okay. Human popsicle. That Howie, that's an image I did not need in my head.
It sounds like something Rick and Morty would do.
Okay. So if we go back here, we are going to come back to our dashboard. And we're going to disable our steppers real quick. But let me disable before we home. Nope.
Down under, I think so too, but you never know. Just in case, you gotta ask real nicely.
We are going to put our probe back in. And that is weird. It did not go to my other probe. Let's freely move the gantry. Now that those are okay. Let's go home all. Okay. That was our Y. There we go. This time it's doing our Z. Yeah, I need to move that Z probe a bit forward because it's right on the edge there. Okay, so now that we've homed, it says We're going to test it with attach probe and dock probe. So let's see. Go to our console and test with attach probe. Movement out of range. Negative 957. Okay, so the X is saying it's out of range. Machine. Clicky variables. X in stop, Y in stop. Dock location 43,350. Yeah, that was all right. Let's see here. Oh, that could be a problem. Dock move. Final toolhead movement to release the dock probe on the dock. It's a relative move. I don't think it can move 1,000. Let's... What do you guys think? A 40x move should be good to do that, and then yeah, so 40. Yeah, I was trying to move 1,000. I definitely think that would be too far for it to move when we only have 350. Down under maker, you usually set your in stops to be bigger than the bed. If your in stop triggered at the edge of the bed, so down under, the nozzle is actually off the bed when it's hitting the end stops. And when it's doing the Z end stop, it's off the bed, but I need to move that Z end stop closer to the bed because it's like, if this is my James, can I get overhead? If this is my Z end stop and the bed's over here, I'm hitting like right here on the edge. I see what you're saying, Down Under Maker. I get what you're putting down now. I will have to sit here and figure that one out. Because yeah, when it's all the way back, that's saying that is 350. And I am not sure how to adjust that. But save and restart. Now that we have a little move there. Let's do our home all. Okay. Also, let's see here. In your in-stop section, in your steppers. Okay, well, let's go. Today is the calibration and getting this thing working so we can print properly. So We're going to go printer config. So X dot, okay. So position, so you're in your in stop section in your steppers. Okay, so my position max is 350. And what is my actual, I've got to stand up real quick. Let me get my calipers. And a ruler. Yeah, Howie, we did uncomment the 350 mill bill. It has the position in stop at 350 and the position max as 350. But you guys are saying I should actually change that position max. Because yeah, if we want the back of the bed to be 350, the center of that pin is currently at 354, and we're a bit above that, so it'd be 353, I think. So where it's currently hitting is about 353. So we're going to set the position in stop at 353 and our position max at 353. Is that what we're saying? That way it's about 3 millimeters to get, it's about 3 millimeters to get the nozzle onto the bed. Let's see, probably all I commented for 250. Comment 250 stuff and comment the 350. Yeah, so they have the 250, the 300, and the 350 stuff under like the X stuff. Position max, okay, to 354. And then do the same thing for the Y. Position max 354. And 353 for the X. Yeah, let me actually, before I save that, we're going to say don't save. We're going to go back to our dashboard and set our X to 350. That, ooh, that is actually really close on there. Let's go Z 10. Nope, need to go even further. Z to 5. So right now when I'm on my X, when I'm all the way over, I'm right on the edge of this magnet for the X direction. Let's set X to 0. Nope. You just tried to pick up the probe. And let's rotate this so I can see down there. Yeah, so X, it's going exactly edge of bed to edge of bed. Y, on the other hand, at 350, it's a little bit off the bed. And let's check Y0. For some reason, the extra millimeters. Okay. And I'm looking here because when I'm at 0, I've got like an extra 4 millimeters that I can go forward. And that's about how far I have left. Let me see if I can get that exactly. Actually, wow, no. It's quite a bit more. Can I go negative on the Y? Nope, it will not left. Okay, so... all right, let's go into the machine. Printer config, and this is actually... so our X is actually good. It's our Y that we need to change the max on. Up. Stepper Y. Position max. $354. Save and restart. Let's go over here. Close, and let's give this a spin. Oh, John. Oh. We're going to be eating 10 of these. So I need a black one. I need a white and brown one. I need a yellow and brown one.
RJ, it's rigged in our favor.
Okay, here's one of those orange ones that could be dead fish. Here's one of those bubblegum looking ones. One of the red ones. A blue one. A brown one. That's the other orange looking one, which that's the last one I have of that one. And then a green one. So I need to remove the barf or peach. And yeah, I don't have all of them anymore, so we are going to remove all of them, but we did happen to get it. So all right, we're going to start with the one that I'm going to hate either way. This is either going to be... oh, then I can't tell which flavor I got. I can't tell if I got a...
You do all in one handful, so that way...
what do you guys think?
You don't need to tell what flavor it is. You just need all the bad at once.
Okay, you guys think all at once? You guys are thinking all at once? Okay.
Well, it's a difference of dragging out the pain or a condensed pain. I like the condensed pain.
You know what? We got a simple way to do this.
Oh yeah, and as a reminder, he does not have a barf bucket. I don't think this one's gonna go well.
We'll leave it in your hands. So instead of I have a producer on the other side of the camera. His name is James.
James Cube.
And that's what you're James Cube, and that's who you're hearing. So we're gonna leave it to you guys on which way I'm going. We'll give it like a
Trust
minute
me,
here.
He'll be cleaning the floor, not me. Just in time, Killa. Just
Killa,
in
you're
time.
just in time. I hit my 100 subscribers. You know, thanks for giving me those shout outs and everything that you've been doing. Our food challenges, we're doing Bean Boozled, and I just rolled and landed on all of them. So we are sitting here and finding out whether or not I am doing all of these at once or one at a time. Yeah, it's right there. Oh. Okay. How many people we got watching right now? We got 50 people watching. We've got 12 votes in. Anybody else want to give a vote? Because right now it is looking like we're going to be going all at once. We're about 70-30. We just got another vote in. That's 71-29. Okay. Let's go ahead and end this poll. All right, I'm doing it for you guys. We're going all at once. Ready?
Down the hatch. Down the hatch. You got this. I may have little faith in you, but it's better than none. You can do it. Walk us through the experience. What's happening over there? Open the hands, make sure that they're gone. Good job.
Besides, my mouth almost getting glued together because of that. That was a roller coaster.
Majority good, majority bad. What we got?
What I can say here is the old bandage definitely made a comeback in that one. But I'm pretty sure I got Tutti Frutti as well because I tasted a bubblegum flavor. And those two flavors competing back and forth were the strongest flavors, and it just kept going. Old bandage, bubblegum, old bandage, bubblegum. Oh.
And Killa, just so you know, we are doing more Bamboozle throughout the night, every 15 minutes. Unfortunately, there's no more all at once since he is out of one or two flavors. However, he will definitely get some more bad ones tonight, so we'll start that timer going here in just a second.
Yep. Okay, timer started again. Oh. Yeah, for those that have just got us, I have a little thing on screen that James is going to switch over to real quick. These are the flavors that are left: old bandage or pomegranate. It could be either one. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie. Booger or juicy pear. Wet dog or top banana. Liver and onions or cappuccino. Stink bug or toasted marshmallow. Toothpaste or berry blue. Burnt rubber or licorice. Honestly, if I get that one, it's going to be bad either way. And then Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti.
Now, I need to know which was worse.
Nico Makes, thanks for stopping by. If we're still streaming, you're back later, we'll see. If not, have fun with whatever you got to go do.
Which was worse? Was it the all at once or the straight up dead fish?
Dead fish, because the all at once, I at least occasionally got that good flavor in between. Yeah, Cinephi Studio, that stink bug could be a pretty bad one. But let's go back and we set those, so let's go back into our dashboard and we're gonna home all. Might need to change some of my... Ooh, I'm going to keep my finger on emergency stop here, just in case.
I was kind of hoping he did, Tom, but
Okay,
I think he's got a steal, fortunately for us.
Okay. So this is currently saying... Alright, I am not sure what happened here, because this is saying my Y is at 350, but it's off the back of the bed. What did I not change properly in here? Or did I forget to change it before we went on to the other thing? Pepper X. Aha. That could be why, because I set the position max as 354, but I kept my position in stopped at 350. So what I'm going to need to do... Actually, let's try making a nice round number. 355, 355. We're going to save this, and I've actually got to go and change some other numbers, because I've got to change where the Y for that dock probe is now. And I've got to change that Z. That's Z and stop. So before I save and restart, we're going to go back into our clicky variables. So that's 355. That's 355. And now we'll save and restart. Okay, internal error. Read device reports readiness, but return no data. Let's restart again. There we go. Just a little hiccup. Okay. Let's do a home all again, and I'm keeping my finger on this emergency stop just in case that Z decides, hey, I'm not going to go where we thought it was. But it's looking like it's proper. Okay, so that's saying my Z is 355, so I'm going to take my Y is 355 now. So I'm going to take my Y to 0 and see where it goes. I actually have a few more millimeters forward that we can go, but that looks like it's right on the edge of the bed, so we are good there. Okay, so let's see here. Like and subscribe. Killa, I like your attitude. Yes, I would love to get to 1K by December. that is actually some of the next goals. I want to hit that next milestone. Let's see here. Mad Dog, it's early days yet. You're saying it's early. That would have been some epic content if I had hurled. I've got a pretty good stomach. And you know, between sitting, like, I grew up as a really picky eater, so you know, when you sit here and have a mom and a grandma that like know you're a picky eater but are still like, here, you got to eat at least 3 bites of this beforehand, kind of toughens up your stomach. This is a lot of trouble. Just rip it off and go cardo. Mad Dog, I would, but I also don't have the mounting carriage and everything for the stealth burner. Down under, you're saying, let's see, setting too high is bad, needs to be 1 millimeter smaller to overrun. If that's good. So down under, based on what I'm seeing, the nozzle is directly over the edge of the bed. So you're saying make it bigger or small? Hey, Parky Cat, you know, thanks for subscribing. We've hit our 100, so we've got another 7.5 minutes, and we're going to be doing another jelly bean. But down under, you're saying set the position max 1 millimeter bigger. So increase position max 1 millimeter bigger. So so you're saying when I get all the way to the back, go 1 millimeter forward so it doesn't hit the end stop as it's doing stuff? Yeah, as it is right now, when I go to position max, it's up against that. Okay, no. Let me pull up my machine here and pull up the printer config. Okay, position max. So like if the current position is saying 355, I want to set the position max to 356. That way it can go a bit further if it ever needs to. So, James, can you switch it and give us big screen on the screen?
Just because you asked, no.
All right, so make sure before I save and restart. So my position and stop is currently set at 355. Our position max is now set at 356. Whereas they were both 355 before. Okay. Let's do a save and restart. Yeah, because now we have it where we can get to the front of the bed at 0. And the tool head is not protrude. Let me make sure. Yeah, the tool head will come right up against the door with the way it is right now, so that's good. Okay. Let's go back to our dashboard and do a home all. After the stream, I may get with some of you guys and figure out some of this Clipper stuff. Or do you guys like watching this on stream? And of us figuring it out as we're going. I'm still learning, so I know a lot of people don't do this on stream because they find it, a lot of people say they find it boring, but I'd like to know. So let's make sure. Yep, we're still good here. There we go. So that's good. So, and Killa makes a good point. The foam will sit here and bring the door out a bit, so we will not be brushing up against that door. Okay, so let's see if we can do the attached probe now. Okay. Probe attach failed. Good. This is good housekeeping that gets missed by many newbies because of the nuances. Yeah, and honestly, Down Under, that's one of the things that I wanted to go, because, you saw as I was going through the build, most of that was pretty good, because there's plenty of videos on here. I have no idea what's going on with this stuff, because very rarely do you see that. Now, I think what happened there, I think I already know what happened. If we go here into our clicky variables, let's see, the attach move, we're telling it to move the, it was defaulting to say, hey, move the X. Well, we needed to go to where the probe is and move forward on Y. So let's go and tell this to move 40 on Y instead of 40 on X, because I need it to go over to where that mount is and then move that way. So I need to move, can't really see. So I needed to go where the probe is and then move this way towards the front of the printer, not over on the X. Let's save and restart. Good thing is I found out early that this thing can move over that X stop and be good. So let's home all, because it won't let me do anything until we home. Killa, you're not a bad influence. I've actually learned quite a bit from you, especially the shorts that you do whenever you find a nice little tip and trick. Those have been quite helpful. Okay, so I'll turn the printer. Okay, so we're gonna rotate here so that way you guys can see. So now we're gonna do that attach probe again and see what happens. We attach. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. We wanted to go in, pick it up, and then go back. Now we're gonna find out if we can dock it. So let me go back to our other one, and we're gonna do the dock probe command. But as James said, what we're gonna do first is we're gonna move the head here a bit. So let's go. Oh, nope. We're gonna do another. We're gonna do another bean here first before we get to dock. Okay, so which one are we getting?
Which one today?
Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti? Which is the bubblegum looking one. I don't think I've gotten Stinky Socks yet, so
I just have a feeling, an unfortunate feeling, that this is going to be a good one.
For them or me?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Nope.
Of course it's good for us. Why would I ever say I want something good for you? Come on now.
Again, I want to meet the person that is doing these flavor profiles, because it wasn't bad, it was overpowering, but it didn't like, this is going to be terrible, especially since we're talking about socks. It didn't taste what I expected a stinky sock to taste like. It tasted like you took a brick of strong, sharp Parmesan cheese and just bit into it. Ugh. Master has presented Dobby with a sock. Dobby is free.
You see, the funny thing is, we went to Barnes & Noble earlier today, and we saw so many references to Dobby being free. Like, there was one where he even had it written on the bottom of his foot,
yeah,
like
there's
it was
Dobby
Woody from Toy Story or something.
There's a Dobby plushie with Dobby is free written on the bottom of his foot. That was... Oh... Honestly, it's something I'd expect Dobby to do, to get a tattoo of that on the bottom of his foot. Yeah, it's an age sock. All right, let's start that timer again. And let's go back here. So we're going to set X to 175, Y to 175. That way it has to move back to the dock. Wait, that's dock probe. Dock probe? Yeah. Attach probe. Oh, dock probe. I was thinking dock is probing instead of dock the probe. Okay, so let's try this dock probe. We've got a dock! So we've now successfully docked.
Sir, we do not have enough money to own a dock. Just saying.
I can print us a little dock soon.
But is it a real dock? Can I launch a boat off of it? I didn't think so.
You can launch a boat, I just can't guarantee you'll be able to ride in the boat. Okay. So... here. Is it? Dobby is right next to his price tag. Oh.
Just walk into a Barnes & Noble and go
I
find
want to do
plush
that.
and then just take it.
I'm just going to take it. When they ask me what I'm doing, it's just, it says right here, it's free. The probe says, I am your Huckleberry. That is a reference I do not get. Howie, you can launch a Benchy. It just won't float very well from what I've been told. Okay. All right. So... let's see here. Penguin... You were chatting with Steve and let him know you cracked 100 subs. He said it was really great. Oh, believe me, I'm going to be said, you know, down under, you've been calling me out. You know, RJ's been calling me out. Projects in Dad's Garage. Killer Prince, you know, you've been doing it. Steve Builds just sent a lot of you guys here today. Lee Marie, you know, talking about my channel and everything. 3D&T. You know, big shout out, you know, you guys were a big help along the way. So let's sit here and see.
And here's to the next few hundred.
Yep. Doc Holiday, the probe docked. Bad dad joke. Oh. See, the funny thing is, Howie, Doc Holiday was entirely filmed here in Florida. There's a town in Florida called Micanopy. It is the oldest town in Florida after the British took over Florida. The thing is they built up the town. It stayed the way it was, and it became a major town. Well, now the buildings are historic and protected, so they can't be changed. So a lot of Hollywood scenes are actually filmed in this town because it looks old-timey.
Speaking of Florida, do we want to talk about how today had record colds for the state of Florida, which is
No, because
crazy.
our record colds is still warmer than most of the country. All right. So the next thing we're going to try is, let's see if this quad gantry level is set up correctly. So let's hit this QGL and see what happens. So in theory, it should go pick up that probe, the clicky probe, and then go around to the corners. I'm not going to put the bed on yet, because if I'm going to dig into anything, I'd rather dig into the magnet than I would into the bed, into the flex plate. So here we go. QGL. Attaching probe. Good. Go into the front corner. Go into the back corner.
Yeah, I don't miss those temperatures down under. We're going to be getting back to those here in a couple months, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Oh, I don't think we're going to get back to the 39C. That's like 100. That's like 120 Celsius or 120 Fahrenheit. Someone can do the math real quick. What is 39C in Fahrenheit? So welcome in, go to Lamia. So yeah, I actually am doing exactly like you say. I'm a big Linux fan, and I'm doing 3D printing. This printer is actually named Ubuntu, because the orange and black color scheme, but the desktop I'm actually running Fedora, with the Cosmic desktop at this point from System 76. Yeah. So we quad gantry leveled. It got the probe. It docked the probe. Okay. So I think we have a few things left to do. I've got PTFE tube. Now, I also have... Where'd my little baggies of parts go? The stock filament holder. Let's see here. Go to Lamia. Yeah, but you know, I've been on. Actually started with CentOS, and you know, when CentOS kind of went the way of the dodo because Red Hat sat here and discontinued with them, I sat here and just went to Fedora. And, you know, I've run Ubuntu, I've run Arch, I've run all of them, but Fedora is where I just seem to come back to. Icon, no, I have not done the rotation distance yet. That is a good call out. So, let me see here. No, I'm not nerdy enough to try Temple OS.
Nor should anyone be.
Okay. Hey James, do you have a Sharpie that's not black? Okay. Well, black filament with a black Sharpie will not a good PID make? So this right here, speaking of those creators earlier, was actually, I won this on 3D&T's stream, and I told them that the first printer that's coming out of this print, the first print that's coming out of this printer is going to be with their filament. So let's go ahead and open it up. Let's see here.
And that, Howie, is the best reason to use Fedora OS.
Let's see here. Terry is a pretty good platypus to wear that fedora. Okay, so this right here, it's, the brand is 3D Hojor. I've never used it, but I will say this was sent to me by 3D&T, or, you know, Dave and Terry, and they go through quite a bit of filament and test it out. And, you know, everyone I've talked to, they've never been sent a bad roll of filament. So we're going to be trying this out. This is a blue filament. Yeah, I don't have a dry box yet. Howie, 3D Hojor is your favorite filament? Before they sent it to me, I'd never heard of it, but we're gonna sit here and try it out. But we can also sit here and use this to do our PID tune. I'm just gonna cut off the end there, get rid of the bent stuff. Okay. Hey, that works. Okay. Now, again, like I've seen so many videos on how to do this. You know, hey, you go the 100, you do the 100 millimeters. Yeah, so I'm not doing PID quite yet. Have I been saying PID? I think I've been saying PID. No, we're gonna do rotation distance first. And I've seen quite a few videos on, you know, hey, you put it in there, you measure 100 millimeters up, see how much it actually extrudes, and then you go from there. The thing that I can't figure out, because I've seen it both ways, is nozzle on or nozzle off. So if you guys have any recommendations when you're doing the rotation distance, do it with a heated nozzle and let it poop out as it's pushing, or take the nozzle off and just give it a clear path straight through. All right. Nozzle on, doesn't matter. More realistic result. Okay, so nozzle on, heated. And this one's saying to print it to do 230 to 270. So down under, you're saying, I don't think I have a fine enough tip marker to mark every 5 millimeters. But I can go. Actually, first we're going to get. So, oh, I just thought of something that I'm going to want to do before we put this in. So, yeah, I know. I was thinking that. I'm like, oh, I'm about, wait, nope, I need to measure what I get from here up. But I'm going to want to attach our spool holder on. That way I have somewhere to put this. So let me get that attached here real quick. On the Voron to attach the spool holder. I believe it's an M5. Those are going on panels. Panels, panels, panels. Need to get past all these panels. That is our PTFE routing tube. And this is saying M5 T-nut and an M5 by 16 button head. M5 by 16 and M5 T-nut. And then better with a heated nozzle, sigh. And I'm overestimating how accurate I need to be on this. Okay. But before we can get that in, possibly time to see me get tortured again. Let's give it a roll. Stink bug or toasted marshmallow. So that's the standard, like, brown and brown. Not to a jelly bean. All right, let's see which one we get. Stink bug or toasted marshmallow.
I don't know what they are going to say a bug tastes like. Because bugs don't actually taste that bad. Most of the time, anyway. Can't say I've had a stink bug. But I do know who can tell us what a stink bug tastes like. He might be on camera right now.
Steamed greens. Badly steamed greens.
Your favorite.
Not badly steamed. Yeah, that was definitely a stink bug one. Let's see, you're down under. Print a second holder when you get a few spare minutes. Having the ability to hang a spool at the ready or a layer swap or run out comes in very handy. So there's some good advice from Down Under Maker, you know. If you have one, have two. Now, if I'm correct, I'm going to want to put this on the back side. That way, the filament can sit like this, and it can feed in over that way. And down goes the roll-in. And they're saying over here on the side works better for access. Let's see here. Wick, that was not toasted marshmallow. Oh. Let's see. Widgety grubs don't taste bad. The texture is nasty. Probably tastes like chicken. Yeah. Acidify. As far as the bad ones go, so far that has not been the worst. Yep, so if you guys are saying the side, we'll go on the side. And then we need the M3 by 6. Unfortunately, I don't have the panel or anything yet, and I don't have the back little piece. So that also makes it a bit more difficult to get. Now we're also going to take our PTFE tube, because what they're saying is you take some of the tube and that feeds in to the top and the bottom. As kind of our rollers. We're getting this thing up there, and then we'll feed these through. Okay, just feeding it on through. There is a little hole on the other side to kind of keep it from popping out. And now I get to find, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 2.5. No, it's going to be bigger. It's going to be a 3, but we're going to need a ball in for this one, definitely. Okay. Got that in there. That seems to be a pretty good height. Now, normally I'd put on the little PTFE mount up here that could feed into the back plate panel, but I don't have a back panel at this point. So this is going to go through and just mount on this like so, and we're going to feed directly around and into the tool head. But I'm wondering, do you guys think we should do the PID tune first? That way, as we're doing this rotation distance, we can make sure that nozzle and the bed stay at a good constant temperature. What do you guys think? Let's see here. Code an entry holder to mount to. Yeah, so I do have that entry holder. Which is this right here. So you're saying go ahead and just do it? Okay. Cool. Well, this could be fun. There we go. So we've got that. Let's see. What it's telling us to mount that with. So an M3x8 and a hammerhead nut. We're finally getting into the hammerheads. M3 hammerhead. And we need our M3x8 socket head. Okay. You remember? Do you have fond memories of nuts, Howie? Oh, you resemble those nuts. All right. That's our 2.5. Okay, so I'm gonna need to pop that out of there. And of course, the one that I actually need to work with is the one that fell out. Okay. James, can we please get a top-down view? All right. Just moving that around. Getting that in there right now. Kegel, no, we're not done yet. Getting close, but not quite done yet. So this one, it's saying we line this up. With the end here. And for now, that will kind of reach there. Going to be cutting that later. Yeah, Kegel, we're definitely making sure that we're doing this right, because doing it right is better than ordering new parts. Okay. We have filament in there. Now I know, correct me if I'm wrong guys, but I'm pretty sure after I get this thing all paneled in and everything, I'm gonna need to do a PID tune anyway, but should go ahead and do a PID tune now, or shall we do the rotation distance first? Kegel, yeah, I know that PTFE tube is too long right now. I still have to get panels installed and everything, but I'm waiting on clips to get that done. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our rotation distance then. We're gonna get this fed in. Okay. That's fed in. Let me get this moved out of the way so you guys can see my face. Oh. Okay. Now, if I've read correctly, you know, I felt to where it stops. Do we go ahead and just try to, let's heat up. So nozzle temperature. We're going to try for 250. Bed. We'll try for 100. No, put it back. We don't want to see.
I'm not sure if you're referring to his face or the camera view.
Okay, turn the bed off.
Or both.
Okay, so the bed is off. But we are going to finally put the bed on. That was a very useful sticker. Hey, remove me. And it gives you a nice little peel sticker. Guess what the peel sticker doesn't do? Peel it off. Let's get... There we go.
That's a very unsatisfying peel. I don't like this one bit.
Okay. So we are going to get our bed on here. That way we're not pooping. That is just a burn rich guy we don't need on. Okay. Me. While we're waiting on that, I'm going to get some of this garbage thrown away. I'm a good peeler. Because no, we have not PID'd the bed yet. Or we have not PID'd anything yet. But we're staying pretty constant at temperature. Okay. Okay, time for Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Have a good night. Night projects. Okay. All right, so now we're getting a PID first and then tune. Honestly, I don't mind doing the PID first. I actually have an unboxing that we can do while we wait. Let me look up what the PID command is. Okay. So verify and navigate the console and issue command M112. This commands Clipper to go to a shutdown state because to be cleared with a restart firmware command. Octoprint will require you to reconnect. Verify steppers. Where is this PID? Verify. Okay. Clipper supports PID controls. So we want PID, calibrate, extruder, target, and then our target. So this one is mostly going to be a ABS machine. So Kegel, you're saying 200 for the 200's a good set for ABS. Yeah, if it doesn't take too long, we can do it. Yep, so I've got PID calibrate heater extruder target 250. Let's pull our filament back here a bit. Okay. So 200 for the PID tune, but normally run it at 250 for ABS. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start. PID calibrate. 200 is going to cool itself down, actually. Well, that cooling fan's definitely working. That's coming down fast. I'll zoom out. And so while we're waiting on that, Mrs. Penguin Maker sat here and got us some presents to open up on stream. So let's see what they got us. Oh, oh, this is awesome. I know a few of you guys have been asking for these. I'm just making sure that we don't dox anything. Let's see. Yeah, let's go top down. So the first thing, we've got our Penguin Makers banner logo and our Penguin Makers avatar sticker. So I know a few people have been asking, you know, about getting stickers and everything. We have stickers. Make sure that I'm not leaving anything else in the bag. Nope, that one is done. Yeah, Cody, the artist we have, is amazing. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure I still have their name written down. Give me a second here, because my partner is the one that actually contacts them. Okay, so while I wait for that to come through, Mad Dog. No, I might be able to just send it with a first class stamp. That actually might not be too bad. Not like I'm shipping a big package. Okay, but we have another package here. This one feels like there's some fabric there. And if the partner did what I think they did, this is going to be amazing. So it does seem like it's a shirt. Oh. We have a Penguin Maker's shirt. Okay. The bean can wait for a second. So yeah. The partner got both me and James a Penguin Maker's shirt. So this is going to go across to James right now. I would put this on, but I don't think you guys want to see what's under this shirt, so. But, well, we might do that in a bit. So it looks like the PID tune finished, but we have another jelly bean. Let's see here. Oh, another toothpaste or berry blue, which we have not gotten the toothpaste on this one yet. So we've got the blue one. That's the toothpaste.
Not bad, right?
That one's not bad. I'm also, though, not a fan of mint.
I know, you have berry toothpaste, right?
Mm-hmm. Berry or bubblegum. The person that did the toothpaste, though, they got that spot on.
It's almost like something we use every day. In
Yeah.
fact, multiple times a day.
Okay.
Very true.
I
That's why it's
prefer-
for him.
I
He's a
prefer the
weirdo.
bubblegum, but... Okay, so our PID tune is set. We're going to do the save underscore. Oh, not minus. I don't need tack, I need underscore. Save config. Oh, it helps if I type all the words properly. That's going to restart us. And now we have the PID tune done. And we've got a home all. But yeah, Mad Dog, I might be able to send this out to you guys. I mean, this can just be sent in a regular letter in a post. It's the beard. The beard makes it everyone with a beard look similar. Okay. So let's do our QGL. Just doing it for the sake of having everything blue on here. right, so going through, we had one little instance where it said something was out of range. Up. So it's making some adjustments. Apparently when it did the restart and killed the motors, that sat here and unleveled the gantry a bit. So we're just waiting on that. Oh, this is going to be terrible. I just had that toothpaste one, and now I'm going to drink Mountain Dew. Oh.
Want me to get you some orange juice instead?
No, not orange juice. God, no. Okay. That back corner it seems to like. That corner and this corner it seems to. Right, so very small adjustments still. Hey Pete, let's see, is that Peter Carter? How you doing? Howie, I wish I could say that's not true, but you're kind of right. Yeah, we'll check. And that time I liked that corner. And we docked successfully, so let's go ahead and feed our filament in. Now, let's set our extruder temperature to 250. Bearded. I wish this was a 5-minute build. But and 2023 WRX, they may have gotten a bit loose. This is, you know, we're just last stream we finally got to the point where we were getting movement, and this is the first time we've done that quad gantry leveling and everything and used the motors to adjust the Z. So it could be that loosened up some tension somewhere. I mean, they're all, those three that I can reach are feeling about the same. Oh wait, did I? We're going to take 5 minutes off that timer and set a 10-minute timer for this one, because I forgot to start the timer on that one. Okay, so we are up to temp. So I apparently have a load filament macro when we get big screen. So don't know what this will do. Let's try it out and find out. Load filament. Okay. Well, it seems to be grabbing the filament because it's spinning that roll. Let's see here. What does it say it's doing? I don't know. Penguin. You got the 4mm bottom panel or the 3mm? I don't know, but I can find out real quick for you, Howie, because I have all my panels. And bottom panel, Howie, is 3 mil. Let's see here. Down under. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go back and chat here again. We got down under. Okay, so it did pull some of those. Let's see here. Now you're saying 2023 WRX, you built 3 Vorons. The 2.4 was the most fun to build. It's been pretty fun so far. This is for what, on 13 or 12 for stream number. This is number 12. No, we've been on this. Down under, when you side mount the spool holder, you normally vertically mount. So normally take this and mount it vertically above it. Okay. Okay. We can do that. That should be fairly easy. So you're saying kind of right like that down under, maker? All right, you can't really see that. Do we have a top? Can we get the top down? See if this is on the top down. No, let me shift this forward some. Down under, maker. That looking good, or shall we flip it? Try flipping it the other way. If we got to flip it the other way, I'm gonna have to unload the filament and everything. So if that way works good, then we should be able to tighten that. And I'm thinking we're going to want to drop down that spool holder a little bit. Am I going? There it is. I'm just dropping that down a bit so it's not going as an extreme of an angle. Did Clownhammer did sneak in here while I was paying attention to some other things. How you doing? So, Reverend, every LDO kit you've built, the extruder motor needed the direction reverse. Well, we're about to find out because I'm going to tell it to extrude, and I don't know which one to do. I think let's just tell it extrude. Nope. So, Reverend, looks like I got lucky. The extrusion motor went in the right direction. Let's grab some tweezers here real quick. And that is technically... Hey James, can we get a top down? The first filament extruded from this printer. Okay, so if I have read up on the... Yeah, baby's first poop. If I have read properly on how to do this, we're going to take our Bowden tube and slide it back. And then we're going to measure a 100 millimeters. On our filament. So we're measuring from the top here. We've got a mark it, and the bottom line mark is at 100 millimeters. And I'm going to lead on your guys' expertise. So, OptiPacks, we got some extrusion. Let's see here, only extrude 95 millimeters. Okay. That way you can subtract the math. And actually, I think I see what you guys are saying as well. You guys are saying that I can actually do my markings from back here. That would actually make more sense. That way it can flow into the I like that idea of doing it from the back. Oh, that is bean time. Let me get this mark on here and then we'll do another bean. You're still learning? Yeah. Okay, so let's go. We're going to make two marks on here, actually. We're going to make one at 100. And one at 120. And I've learned to do that because that way if the 100 mark sits here and goes past, you do have the 120 mark to fall back on to see how much over it went. Okay, so before we do our next little extrude thing, time to roll again. And I'm going to move this out here to remind myself. Okay, we have a stink bug or a toasted marshmallow. Last time we got stink bug. What's it going to be this time? I don't like that one.
I do like it. I like it a
Twice
lot,
now
actually.
I've gotten the bad one. Oh. Yeah, Clown Hammer. So Clown Hammer. So, you know, I've hit my 100 sub mark. So what I'm doing, we have Bean Boozled. So, you know, I start one of the first food challenges I did on here was Vegemite. And I was sitting here thinking, what could I do this time? I'm like, Bean Boozled. It could be, you know, last time people were up in that, hey, is he going to like it? Is he going to hate it? You guys seem to enjoy that. Well, this time there was almost a guarantee. Sometimes I get something I'd hate. Sometimes I get something I love. So figured we'd try it out. So, and this is the 7th edition of it. So new flavors and we're having fun. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the filament length is 50. Is set to 50. Can I set it to 100? Between 1 and 50. So yeah, we're just gonna do the 50 twice because that makes it nice and easy. Let's extrude. Yeah. That's one extrude. Let's extrude another 50. Okay. So we actually did not extrude the full 100 millimeters. So it's a good thing we're sitting here checking this distance. Okay, give me a second here while I get this lined up to find out how much we actually extruded. It's not much different. .96 millimeters short. So I need to go into our printer config and find out. No. Yeah, because I was expecting 100. And I marked it for 100. 50 twice is 100. It should have extruded 100.
I understand that, but when you're doing the offset, it should have done half that offset each time.
What do you mean?
So when the first time you did 50, it didn't extrude half of what you just measured.
So no, I still wouldn't do it because it was supposed to extrude 100 millimeters total.
Correct.
I measured 100 millimeters on there, so my mark was at 100 millimeters. So 50 plus 50 should have extruded the full 100, and it didn't.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, because you did 50 twice, each of those 50s didn't extrude half of what you just measured twice. I don't know how else to explain it.
So no, because we still add them together and still it still comes out to the same. It's still the 1.96 no matter what.
I don't think that's how math works.
All right, so am I unmuted?
We're both unmuted. We're talking right now.
All right, so yeah, because we did the 50 twice, even if it was 50 and it only extruded 49.5, when you add them together, that's 1 millimeter total out of the 100.
But you're going in and changing an offset, right? That's what you're doing in the config.
No, I'm telling it how far did it rotate overall. So for 100 millimeters, it should have rotated this much. So our current rotation distance is 22.6789511. We need to find that.
Math is tough, guys.
Rotation distance calculator. Okay, so they give you the actual formula. So for those of you that want it, it's full steps per rotation times your microsteps divided by steps per millimeter.
And so, to be fair to me, I've never done anywhere close to printers. This is just me thinking through math in my head.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go up here. See, that max extra. Go back over here to mine so I can scroll up here. 120 minus 5. Extrude 100 millimeters.
Exactly. I don't know. I just work here.
Any place you can measure from easy. What Mad Dog
is saying. I get paid $0 an hour and sometimes some food. It's a pretty good gig.
Okay. You have a 120 millimeter calibrated piece of PTFE tube. Wheel torture. Okay, we're back there. All right, we can remeasure and do the 120 millimeter, do a new 120 millimeter mark. And then we'll just extrude it all at once. I'll explain it after the stream. Okay. So we got our new mark at 120. And then we need to go into our config and let's see here, where is max extrude Yep, we're gonna need to add it, so thankfully. We can copy. Yes. We'll add that in there. I'm gonna need to save and restart. That's gonna back to our dashboard. We're gonna go home all. Let's see here. So we just added in the max extrude only distance and set it at 500. Howie, you know, I know we're going a bit long here, so you know, thanks for sticking with us. Good night. Okay. Let's do our quad gantry. Let's see here. This guide will give you a little more insight on how these calibrations work. So 2023 WRX, you can't post links in here, but I do have a link to my Discord in the description if you want to post it there. You know, that way it's in a place where it's permanently there for everyone to see. Eli's tuning guide. The Ellis tuning guide. Yep. I'm so happy that clicky probe is working. Okay, so filament length. We're going to set this to extrude 100 because we can out. Oh, I need to. Heat the extruder up first. My welcome page isn't working properly. Mad Dog, let me give you a second here. Mad Dog, I'll have to get with you after stream as to what's not going on right there. Okay, so we're there. And we should be able to extrude 100. All right, there's 100. So let's go to our mark. Right. And we have another jelly bean. So our total distance was 22.62. So that means if we extruded 100, our mark was at 120. We missed 2.62 millimeters. 1.97. Okay. So let's go and get ourselves another bean. What are we going to get? We haven't had this one on its own yet. And I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yep, that's the only brown. This could be liver and onions or cappuccino.
Both are terrible options.
That's cappuccino.
Like I said, terrible.
Yeah, James doesn't like coffee at all.
Because I'm a sane person.
Okay. So there's the Ellis. All right. Okay, so what
And I
need
wear
now-
that badge with pride.
I need to find what our previous rotation distance was.
No, I've tried more than American coffee. I've tried Colombian coffee made by one of my clients who's from Colombia and brought it with her. And it was like the next day, so it was super fresh. I think my issue is, and it's the same reason I think I don't like onions, is
Actual
all
extruded
taste that
distance.
I have is kind of dialed up to 11. I think it's the best way to put it. So every taste is super strong. So when you have those super strong flavors like coffee and onions, those don't work well with me.
Actual extruded was 97.38. And requested was 100. So let's
Now I say all of that.
calculate.
That's not to say I have a refined palate or anything. I most certainly do not.
So that's our new rotation distance, 22.04084762581118.
I do love tea though. Tea is fantastic. But only when brewed properly. A lot of people like to oversteep their tea. And
Okay.
It's not good.
We're going to save and restart now that we have our rotation distance in. Now, theoretically, if we wanted to get more accurate and everything, we could sit here and go through and do another rotation distance again and keep going, but for our purposes, one is enough.
I actually don't like Domino's. I like Papa John's. I cannot stand Domino's.
Yeah, believe it or not, I think it's just beans in general that James doesn't like.
I like green beans.
I have a slice of pizza. Let's see here. You got offered instant the other day. You up and left. Cloudhammer apparently likes liver and onions. Miko agrees with Down Under. No instant coffee. Yeah. Tom says you don't like the gas it gives you, James. What are the ones the cats eat in the jungles? Pepperoni and jalapenos. Yummy. Okay. All right.
All the more reason to dislike coffee.
So we got our poop off there. We're gonna home all. And I don't know about you guys, but I think we have all the basic necessities done to let us print. If I'm missing anything, someone please let me know. We did the rotation. Down Under, you want a boat? Can we really do a boat with a Voron though? No, we did not do the Z offset. While this is doing this, let's see if we can get a benchy. Printables. Benchy. Well, here's one from Prusa, so...
The biggest question is, what else do we need to do to get it serialized? Because once it's serialized, then we can release a video.
Well, serializing can take a while. Okay, so Z offset calibration, then boat. Okay, well, I'm gonna need your guys' help because I've never done a Z offset with something like this. I've done it with a Ender 3, and I have my feeler gauges and all that I did with that, but
yeah, Clown Hammer. It's because it's off to the side of the frame and the way this lens works. The bed is flat though.
Yeah, so Clown Hammer, like I'm looking at the camera right now. If I were to actually look straight ahead, I'm looking this way. Thunder keys, no, this is actually, so I've got ABS loaded in here. So I think that's a good idea. We might want to switch over to PLA for the benchy because I don't have a heated, I can't really get a heated chamber in here. But thankfully, we have PLA. But yep, nope, Down Under did say my first print I told 3D&T would be this ABS. So we're gonna try it, but now we got to calibrate this Z offset. So let me grab my feeler gauges here. Okay, feeler gauges acquired. Okay, so what is the best way to calibrate this Z offset? Feeler gauges are oily. Don't put them on your bed. I was gonna say these things have been cleaned pretty well. And these have never been used on an engine either. Do paper like a normal person. We can do paper. We'll go old school. All right, we got a sheet of paper. Baby step with the stepper. So let's see here. Let's go to our X and make it. Nope, let's make it 340. Actually, nope, we want 175. Go to the center of the bed. 175. And Z will start. And actually, first we're going to go. No, wrong button. We're going to take our Z up a bit. I got some poop on the nozzle. Let's heat the nozzle up to 250. Get that. Okay. Just heating up that nozzle a bit so I can hopefully soften up that plastic and clean it off here. Let's see here. You need to run a command. It will look after Z for you. I have a bean for the toothbrush. No, just the toothpaste for it. There we go. Got the... We now have a clean nozzle there. Okay, so we have a clean nozzle and we've done a home all, so and then if WRX is correct. We do a probe calibrate to do the Z offset. Let's see here. Just looking up. Oh, there's a nice Voron documentation. Okay. Let's see here. Initial calibration. Okay, so I will have to look at my cartographer there. Oh, bean time. Let's see what we get this time. Oh. Oh, I think something froze on. We're redoing the stream. We're redoing the computer screen. I think the computer screen froze. All right, so we landed on dead fish or strawberry banana, which we are going to be removing this one because this is the last one of this. So let's see which one we get. I hate this. If this thing had a single strawberry banana in it, it was done during my all. Because each one of those individual ones has been a dead fish. Oh. Give us 1 second. We're running into some technical difficulties on showing the computer screen. All right.
Almost there. Just have to restart that computer and we'll be good to go.
Yep, unfortunately the screen capture device sat here and decided, hey, I'm gonna take a poop. Oh, I hope I don't have to set that wheel back up. Down under, I'd really like it to be able to print this time. Because if we can get this thing printing, James can post the video that he's worked so hard on editing.
It's only about 26 hours worth of editing. It's fine. It's basically nothing.
Well, this is terrible. Because my wheel of names reset, so I've got to type all these back in. Well, not all of them.
You'll never get to know which one I am. Maybe I'm a real person. Maybe I'm an AI. Who knows? I don't even know.
Let's see here. Wet dog or top banana.
And that sadistic maniac that trained me, the
Jellyfish
LLM,
is gone.
is also named James. I think I'm modeled after my creator.
Stinky
Weird.
socks or TUTTI-FRUITTI, Tutti Frutti.
You see, the 3 laws of robotics were a thing that were introduced
Old
quite a while ago at this point.
bandage.
And it's mostly in movies and science fiction. The 3 laws of robotics were never actually programmed into a lot of our LLMs and other quote-unquote robots that we currently have today.
Or pomegranate. Tooth paste or berry blue, liver and onions or cappuccino, and last booger or juicy pear. Okay, we've got those in there. Okay, so it's telling us to run a bed mesh clear. Okay, into the calibrate, run a quad gantry, which we already did. Run a G28 again to home and center the nozzle. Okay. G28. We're just rehoming again after it did the quad gantry. Let's see here. Gonna take a look. Clown Hammer, you wish you were a bot? Okay. I've got to adjust that so it goes to... So it'll come back to the center of the bed. Okay, and next it's saying run into the calibration mode by running Z in stop calibrate. Let's see here. Bearded Printer, have a good night. Thanks for sticking with us. Okay, Z in stop calibrate. I think we've got something going here. So let's see, the nozzle will go to an estimated 20 inches above the previous value of the Z in-stop position. Let's see here. Hey, Kenneth Davis, when did you sneak in here? I don't think I've seen your name yet, but I do apologize if you've been talking. I just missed it because I am very bad about reading this chat, and James lets me know. So if I did miss it, I'm sorry, but welcome in. Yep, for those of you that are here, you know, RJ is also a new streamer as well. He will be streaming tomorrow night. Have you changed your time yet, RJ, or? Tom, I'm up for anything to, if there's a. So RJ is doing it 6. Yeah, Tom, if you've got a better way than the way that Voron's saying, I'm all for it. Let's go here and abort that. So we just homed the printer. Set Z to 0.5. Parky Cat, we are working on the Z calibration right now. Okay, so, and then hopefully after we get this done, we'll be able to do a print. Well, depending on if I need to do anything in Orca. All right. Let's see here. It's really hard to get in there. I am not feeling any resistance on that 0.5. 0.5. Feeler gauge, and absolutely no resistance on the paper. Yeah, that paper's not even touching. There is no minus 0.5. There's just a minus 0.1. Ah, I see what you're saying. That one right there on the Z offset. You want to do it in the middle of the bed. All right, so I've double clicked on, so we have a 0.01 offset right now. All right. Yeah, that is nowhere near 0.5. Actually, that might help if I was doing the 0.05. Nothing there, so still nothing. Still nothing, but we're getting close. There we go. I have a minus 5.5. I have a minus 0.55. And that's where I started feeling it actually hitting. Let me see here. Nope. Oh, that's still, am I on the, that's the 0.5. There we go. I'm actually going to go up. There we go. 0.69. That's where it's just barely getting on there. And save config. It's going to restart. Home all. We're gonna launch an orca slicer while we're waiting for this. Quad gantry level. Okay. Let's run our setup wizard. North America. We're just gonna do the Voron 2.4 350 with a 0.4 nozzle. And I'm just going to import all of them for now. going through this thing. Project, here's this connection, host name. We are Octor Clipper. Mad Dog, you'll be in your car listening on the drive home. Chat later about disco and good luck on disco. All right. Let's go back here. We're going to home again after the quad gantry, just to make sure that everything was good. Okay, let's go back here. And we're going to set our Z back to 0.5. Actually, first we're going to go 175, 175, and then 0.5. Yep, that is still good. So there we go. So then I need to go into
Let's print this boat.
Orca.
Print this boat.
Did not connect it. Oh, supposed to be Octoprint Clipper. Yeah, Tom, I'm working on getting it so that it can actually talk to the printer. Let's see here. User, okay, it's saying basic auth is enabled by access by putting username and password into the URL. Yeah, so I'm using the ubuntu.local 3d.local and test, and it could not connect to Octoprint, could not be parsed. Does it not like and it's saying to put your username and password and your Octopi. That seems weird. That seems like that shouldn't be needed. Did I restart my timer? Nope, we're gonna go 10 minutes. Oh, Banana, you have not missed the first print. All right, I've got a... James is pulling up the IP now for us, because I've just been using the local DNS name. We connected. Okay.
RJ, you know we don't have a printer screen yet. We don't have any skirts.
Pretty benchy. Okay. Layer height 0.2, seam position, we can keep aligned. We'll just keep all these at default. Let's slice the plate. Okay. Here we go. Print. Upload and print. Oh, hold up. There might have been one thing that I might not have done right. I might have. Yep, that's what I was thinking, WRX. I'm like, wait, why is the extruder not heating up? And then I realized, wait. Okay, how do I stop the print? Okay, we'll e-stop. Restart. Firmware restart. And yeah. Yep, it had PLA, so let's see if we have this. I don't think they're going to have 3D. Nope, so we're just going to go with generic ABS. We'll slice the plate. Gonna home all. See, what would I do without you guys? I got the thing built. Now I'm at the clipper stuff, which it's like, I've never done printed clipper. You guys are amazing. I want to say thank you for the help. Thank you for the subs. You guys have been amazing. And
Most of you are amazing. I'm not going to tell you who is not amazing, but most of you are.
I don't have to hit them all. I don't know if I have my G code set up properly yet for that. Tom, I'll get with you at some point so we can sit here and see about doing it all properly. Jadek, no, the bed's not printed. It's the angle of the camera. We did this over. I'm looking at the camera now. If I actually look straight ahead, I'm looking this way, and so it's because of the angle of the camera, it tilts everything.
Yeah, that's just due to the size of the studio. It's a bit too small to have it straight on, unfortunately.
Yeah, smoke and mirrors.
Them is fighting words.
see here. So WRX, the biggest so far, Clipper has been the biggest difficulty because I haven't done it before. But other than that, the belts were kind of a pain in the butt. And the toolhead, the stealth burner toolhead, was a kind of a pain in the butt, especially with those neopixels. Let's see here. But yeah, but the clipper and getting this first print out has been the biggest thing. So we're gonna go. So now we have it properly done with ABS filament selected. So we're gonna upload and print. We're gonna check. So it's raising our bed to 105. Hasn't touched the extruder yet. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. JD, we haven't done pressure advance yet or anything yet. This is literally, we've gotten to the point where we've got the rotation distance set. We've made sure that we can home, we can QGL. We are sending it, trying to get this first print out. We are going to be doing some follow-up streams, doing the rest of that. But while we're waiting for that, would you guys like a preview of the next project that we're going to be doing after this? Drax, that's what we're going to see. But yeah, would you guys like to see a preview of the next project? I don't know how much this will tell you, but all right, Drax says he wants to see a preview. JD says he wants to see a preview. Hobo Banana wants it. Out of everyone that's here, only 3 people want to see. No, not a death racer. Kenneth Davis says he wants to see it. I'm pretty sure there's other people in this chat. Okay. Hey James, can you hand me the box? I don't know how much you're going to be able to get from this, but I will show you the box and what I have in it. But first, it's time for another bean. So while James is getting the bottom one, or not below the filament. Oh God, we have another toothpaste or berry. If you want to just put it right there. All right. So toothpaste or berry. Let's see which one we get. And another toothpaste. I'm going to make this better for you guys.
It's good for you. It cleans out the insides.
I'm going to drink Mountain Dew after a toothpaste one. Oh. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. So believe it or not, in this box is the next project. We got some packing material.
Packing material is the best project.
We have some rails. Go. Box down out of the way. Heat sets. Some big M5x30 flatheads. Brass bushing. A clamp. A 10 millimeter by 1 millimeter long shaft. A bunch of springs. Hex nuts. Six by 2 and 6 by 3 magnets. Probably one of the biggest washers I've ever seen for a 3D printing project, which is an M10 by 25 washer. There's 2 of those in there. Some M3 by 8, some I'm confused. There's imperial measurements on this. 1 1/4 inch number 8 pocket screws. M5 by 10 washers. M3 by 8 socket heads. M3 by 20 button heads. M3 by 12 button heads. I don't know if you guys will be able to figure out what we're building from this, but if someone can, that's going to be amazing. Yep, lots of fun things to play with.
Finally, someone got it. Thank you, RJ.
Yeah, RJ. I don't know how it wasn't obvious that I was building a spaceship. Okay, so the bed's still heating up. Yeah, well, no. RJ, Micro, the garden tools were used to make this spaceship. Tom, can I PID the bed while it's actively working on heating up and doing a print? Let's see, Hobo Banana, my state is saying 60%. let's see here. Down under, you're working within extrusion manufacturer in China to do crack kits with poster paint red coating on the 1515. JD, this is just the bed that comes with LDO from West 3D. It is an edge-to-edge heater bed. If I pull up there's the LDO stuff. If we go by the bomb that LDO gives us, let's see here, what bed here? So it just says LDO AC heating pad and thermal fuse. Doesn't really give me much of. All right, well, you guys are the experts. So now I need to know one thing. How do I up that? I've got extruder, machine, miscellaneous. Well, I can't really set that right now because we're working on getting this thing heated up to print a benchy. Unless you guys want me to restart this entire process. Yeah, I can go in. So I can change it right now, just don't save and restart so that way it doesn't update it. It renamed my printer config. I have 2 in here now. But that is the later one, so we're going to go with the later one. Yeah, it's probably from saving the Z height. Let's see here. I need not extruder, bed heater, max power, 0.8. So we've got the max power now. At 0.8, right? See if this tells me anything. Yeah, down under, the only problem is if I pop a breaker, stream goes bad. Well, let's save it. We're going to save the... We got it saved for next time. That might be a good thing to do. Yeah. We just realized we have a heater plugged in because the studio is uninsulated and the exterior walls are right there, so all the cold comes in. So we had a heater plugged in, keeping this place nice and toasty. And thankfully it hadn't kicked on yet, so yeah.
We haven't done the PID yet because someone decided to skip a step.
Yeah, we haven't PID'd the bed. We PID'd the hot end. Miko, I am not an average Floridian. I'm fine in, you know, -4 Celsius weather in a t-shirt. Or, you know, like 16 Fahrenheit or whatever it is. But no, same RJ. That's just his stream. But you know, that's why you're seeing me in a t-shirt. I don't know what the temperature is right now. So yeah,
the temperature outside is 0 degrees Celsius. Exactly 0.
But you know, means Florida's broken right now.
If there's precipitation in that sky, we're gonna get snow. That's broken for Florida.
Apparently there was a lot of places in central Florida that it did snow yesterday.
Don't get me wrong, I love the snow, being from up north. But this is Florida.
Yeah, if any of you know the geography of Florida, it apparently snowed in Punta Gorda last night. Yeah. Yeah, Hobo Banana, the weather pattern has been weird. You go west of the Rockies right now, you guys are fairly warm. You go east, we're freezing our butts off. James wants to join you in Oregon, Hobo. All right, we've hit 99C. I can feel the heat. Who needs a heater now? I've got a heater right here. Yeah, Hobo, it's been... Florida has been going weird this entire week. It'll be freezing at night. And then during the middle of the day, up until this weekend, the temperature swings were insane. We'd go from freezing at night to 75 degrees in the middle of the afternoon.
It's not quite that much tomorrow, but it's still going to get up to 54 degrees tomorrow from 32 now.
Yeah, Florida has definitely been going weird. You know what? I just thought of something. Hey, James, we turn on the...
On Tuesday, it's going to go from 31 at night to 64 during the day.
RJ, the plug in the wall and on the back of the printer, neither one is hot. James, can you turn off the face cam real quick? Actually, while this is heating up, we'll be right back. I want to actually hold up. It's time for another bean, and then we'll be right back.
That's because Florida is weird. Please, I hate it here.
Oh. Well, the good news is this is our last toothpaste and berry or blueberry. Berry blue, whatever it is.
Is it finally a good one? Because they've all been toothpaste, it seems like.
No, the first like 3 were. We got a pretty even distribution, but that was toothpaste again.
Bleh. Does it taste like bleh?
No. Yeah, Hobo, it was toothpaste.
It's because those down under are fairly accurate.
I was gonna say, if Down Under, you actually also know a lot of Miami if you watched Too Fast, Too Furious. That was filmed down there. Actually, Hollywood area, which is just north of Miami. But we will be right back. And we're back, and we timed it perfectly because this just started moving. So it's looks like it's, yeah, it homed itself. It's doing a quad gantry level now. So yeah, at least I know that's set up properly. Yep. So what do you guys think of the shirt? And look, the text is in backwards. All right, so we're getting the quad gantry going. All right, so it's going through. I'm taking an eye, keeping an eye on its points. It looks like it's getting pretty good accuracy. 0.002 were the adjustments it made. And now it's gonna, looks like it's gonna home again. All right. We are moving to the center. And I think our Z offset was off. Yep. Oh, no, wait. Hold up. Nope, we're getting some plastic. No, we're looking pretty good here. I think we're printing. Let's see what it does. Definitely shaking the desk. The print's so small, I don't need...
Now we're
Yeah, I
printing
did
with
not
that
tell it to
grease.
do a prime line or anything, but... we're gonna see what happens here. Down under? I'd love to, but we're still waiting on the NeoPixels to come in because when we went to put them in, they broke, and LDO put some sort of resin or something on the back that made it so I couldn't resolder them. Nope. We're gonna stop it. We didn't stick. Okay. Well, let me see if I can get under there. Where did the tweezers go? There they are. Now we're going to go ahead and shut down the printer real quick so I can... No, all right, well, I gotta power it off here real quick and power it back on, and then we'll home it and pull off the print. It did not stick to the bed. Ooh, that is nasty. All right, we're gonna heat up our nozzle. Get that plastic a bit soft so we can pull it off. But at least this way we can take a look at the print, because it pretty much got through the first layer, and then blobbed up on us, but all right. We got some soapy water here. Drying it off. All right, James, if I can get a top down here. So that's what it ended up looking like. Satyr started doing, then it got caught in the nozzle there, started giving us a blob of death. But I don't know. I think that that first layer looks, yeah, if I flip this over, let's see if I can. Yeah, that first layer does not look good at all. James, can you throw me the cardo box? All right. Down under, you're saying that there should be my cardo box did not come with a cleaning nozzle, it looks like. Yeah, I've got No, we're not using cardo yet. We are using clicky. I don't have, so I bought, this is an LDO kit and I purchased the parts from I purchased the printed parts from West 3D, so I don't have the carriage to sit here and mount the cardo yet. So that's why we're doing the back. Okay. Let me go in here. All right, does anyone have any advice on cleaning a nozzle? Because, you know, I was told not to use the brass cleaner, but that little blob is all over the end. Yeah, so all right. Well, that cleaned it off, so, but I think what we were saying, I think it is time to call it a night. I'm gonna go through off stream and run probably do some of the fine tune the Z and everything, and try to get that working so that way when we get back we can A, do a print, and B, work maybe do some more of the calibrations and stuff on stream. But until then, thank you again everyone that's been here, that's helped us get to that 100. And you know what, let's do some more spins before we call it a night. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I'm lucky. I don't have any more of that one. Okay, couldn't do that one. Let's go and see what we get. Stinky socks or Tutti Frutti? We got a Stinky socks or Tutti Frutti. That one was Tutti Frutti. We're gonna go until we get a bad one. I'm gonna leave you guys off on a bad one. That is one of the red ones. All right, this is either gonna be Old Bandage or Pomegranate. Pomegranate.
Just eat the rest of the box.
No, we're gonna. I'm either gonna eat the rest of this box or we're gonna get a bad one, whichever one comes first. Stink bug or toasted marshmallow?
We have a winner.
We ended on stink bug. Oh. Miko, no. I am not doing the rest of the box all at once. But, I want to say thank you all for helping me hit that 100 subscribers. If you haven't already, hit that like button. LDX Designs, that stink bug is pretty bad. But hit the like, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. We did the little Bean Boozled for that 100 subscriber milestone. I might do the next one at 200 or 250. We'll see how things go. In the description, we have our link to our Discord, a link to our PO box if you guys want something shown off on stream or anything. If you haven't already, go check out RJ Repo Man 3D. He'll be streaming tomorrow night at 6. I don't know if he's still here. No, Down Under Maker is still here. He's been starting his streams up again.
Now just have to figure out if this constitutes as enough of a win to post a video.
We printed. We didn't print well. But we did print. But Down Under, if you want to post your stream day and time, all right, so the chat has spoken. This doesn't print. The printer's not finished until we can print a boat.
I'm glad people agree with me, because he really wants to not wait. I'm glad people agree with me.
I want them to see your wonderful work. Yeah. Down Under Maker, if you want to post your stream days and time so people can come watch you. I don't know if any other streamers are still here in the chat. Haven't seen them in a while. So yeah, Thursday in the afternoon. US time. Early morning for him. So, you know, big shout out to him for making it so we can all tune in. I don't think he'd survive without the coffee. But other than that, you know, I will see you all next week, 7 o'clock, and yeah, 3 a.m. his time, which is about 2 p.m. our time, Eastern time. So, but yeah, I'll see y'all next week, and until then, go make something on.